And now, let's ink the book.
Are you kidding me? I'm back. Hi. I haven't seen you since Halloween, and I'm not too thrilled with how that Halloween show turned out. But it was by the seat of my pants, and just not enough time to plan stuff. I'm strapped for time. Okay, but I want to show you some stuff from a package I got this week. I got my bundle from They Might Be Giants for I signed up for their fan club thing because I'm a big old They Might Be Giants nerd. So I got a package this week of stuff. I got a thank you certificate thing, and that's nice. I got this secret CD called Secret Music Volume 2. Don't tell anyone. I got a vinyl of John Linnell's Roman songs, which has 4 songs sung entirely in Latin. And then on the back, it's got the titles and the lyrics in Latin and then translated in English. They're really good songs too. So the one is called Tecum Circum Ambulare Nolo, which is I Don't Want to Walk Around With You, it's kind of a cover of a Ramones song. And let's see. I'm not going to try and pronounce the titles of the other ones because they're not as catchy lines that I've remembered how to pronounce them. But the next one's called Now or Never. The next one is This Is Also the Case, and then the last one is I Lost My Chains. And it's really good. Great 4-song EP with some really cool artwork by David Plunkert. Also, I got this 1,000 piece flood jigsaw puzzle, which is alarming. That's the first music I ever heard by They Might Be Giants. My dad owned the album when I was a wee boy. Let's see. And the main event, I got their new album, which is a book, and it's gigantic. They said it was going to be 12 by 12. I didn't realize how freaking big that is. Not a fan of Paul Sayre's cover design. That's the back. That's the front. That's the spine. I like the orange cloth cover. I like the interior of the book enough, but I hope for the album edition of book and the book cover of book for the 2 covers, I hope Paul Sayre charged a minimal fee for his minimal artwork, his minimalist artwork. I hope there was a minimalist fee for that. But otherwise, no, it's a beautiful book and a beautiful album. All right. Oh, and I wanted to show you something in this book. which I guess I forgot was a perk of signing up for the fan club edition this time around. I forgot it was a thing, but it was a nice surprise. But I guess it was promised. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, you see it? See it right there? Ryan O'Connor. I'm in the book. I'm listed as a benefactor. These are the benefactors behind this book. Praise them. That was nice. It was a nice surprise. I forgot that was supposed to be a thing. Okay, so I haven't been on since Halloween. With apologies. More and more, my life keeps getting turned upside down, and it's just too exhausting to keep everything up constantly as I want to. But I'm trying to anyway. Okay, I need a couple things. I need to pour my ink. I need a cup of tea. Oh, first and foremost, I need to do the panels. So I am going to heat up a cup of tea. Let me see. Maybe I did that part already. Oh, mercy. It's good to be alive. Okay. So I need to, before I pour my ink, I'm gonna do some panels. Right. Let's get into this artwork. This desk is a mess. This room is a mess. My life is a mess. And yet I love it so. Okay, something. Getting used to new lights in here. Rip. Okay. Too bright, too bright, too bright. No memento. We'll figure this out. We'll figure it out. What's that? I'm going to try this. That works for me, and I think it works on the screen. It won't work when I turn the camera back on me, but that's okay. Okay, we need to do some panels. I'm going to move this whole computer. Oops. Move the whole computer. See? The desk is a mess. This room is a mess. Life is a mess. But you know, what else is new? What else is new? Well, I'll tell you one thing that's new. I got a new phone today, which is kind of a big deal because the phone I was using, it was like on its last leg. I never buy phones. I don't like to buy phones. Part of it is I don't like talking to salesmen. Not that I don't think they try to harangue you into upsells when you buy a phone anymore. I think that was something that made me apprehensive in the beginning. Like some salesman was trying to upsell me on stuff. But I don't know. I never buy phones anyway. Like it's usually like being a gift, or I get a hand me down, or I mean sometimes I just buckle down and just buy one, but you know, I've lucked out a number of times where I didn't have to bother with it. I really put it off. And then when I buy one, I buy like a really old one that's brand new to me, so it's still like light years better than what I had. Because I don't know, I don't like change. Like they keep updating iTunes. It's like iTunes used to be so much better. Maybe it's my laptop. I don't know, but I feel like when you type stuff into the search bar, you got to type it just so to get it to come up with what you're looking for sometimes. Is that just me? Or is iTunes stupid that way? Didn't used to be. I used to love iTunes. I I used to spend so much time like organizing my iTunes library. And you used to be able to chop tracks up in iTunes. There was a trick you could do to chop up tracks and make duplicates. Like you could edit the time, the start and the end time of the track, and then make a duplicate, and it would be edited down. And I used to do that all the time with tracks for various reasons. Like if I had a podcast, I would chop them up. And that's probably, what they were trying to avoid people doing, is ripping tracks off that way or something. But I don't know. And I would I don't know. I used to spend a lot of time in iTunes, and then they kept changing stuff and making it less user friendly for my purposes. And I'm not as big a fan of iTunes as I used to be. But I really used to be. My buddy, who I live with now, he bought a Microsoft Zune when they came out, and because he was all anti Apple, I was like, dude, I don't know anything about Microsoft Zune, but I'll tell you right now, they got nothing on iTunes. And now iTunes can go suck an egg. I'm not thrilled with iTunes these days. But anyway, I got a new phone. So that's nice. And by new, it's still an iPhone 8. I mean, which is fine for my purposes. It's more than fine. It's actually a step up. I know they're up to like 12 now, right? 12.2 or something. Is that a thing? Am I on screen, I wonder? Yeah, I am. Okay. So this is let me see. I'm just curious. Did I do 34? Yeah, I guess I did. So this begins a so after I did the whole book, I penciled the whole book, right? And I went back in and I added 4 scenes. And this is the first page I added into this scene. So enter Gladys, who is in my cartoon. I made an animated pilot kind of Bonehead. And she's a character from that. And I wrote, I needed to get a little bit of her point of view in. I needed to get a little bit of Petunia's point of view into this book. I wanted her to be a little bit more of a character in here because I felt she was kind of coming off as a bit of an afterthought. She wasn't. I wanted her to be a little bit more of an important character. Important. I don't know, but I just wanted her to have. I wanted to make her a little more, a little stronger of a character. So I went back and I added a scene. I don't know how many pages. I think maybe 4 pages, but it might just be 2. It was an even number. It was either 2 or 4 pages that I added right here. So this is the beginning of that. I think it was just 2 though. And they're just talking about like she's not sure about Bonehead anymore. They're dating and he's just kind of he's become kind of a chore. Because before he just left the diner, he was asking her out to date night, and she's like, I don't want to go on a date with you. You keep blowing me off. Because Bonehead is, he's a flake, and he's kind of selfish in this book. So now we're kind of getting to know Petunia a little bit. But I needed someone for her to talk to since Bonehead just left. And I wrote Gladys, this slug woman that also works at the diner as a waitress. I wrote her into the book. Because why not? She's a character I made up for this location. I mean, I don't know who else she would be talking to. And I needed another excuse to draw all these tables and chairs some more. So I've been listening to that album book a lot this week. And there were a handful of songs, mostly the Flansburgh songs on book. They didn't grab me at first. Those were the different ones. They sounded the most different from typical They Might Be Giants. And they didn't grab me at first so much. A lot of the Flansburgh songs. And now I'm finding they keep getting stuck in my head. Now, people love to just, jump on when people get into They Might Be Giants, they go cuckoo for John Linnell right away. But I'm telling you, Flansburgh is the heart and soul of They Might Be Giants. Flansburgh is the man. Like he does get the short end of the fandom stick, I think. He is the first of all, he is the true backbone of the band. Like there would be no They Might Be Giants if there was no Flansburgh shilling and doing the business and busting his hump to get gigs, to get shows, to get to TV spots. To like he's the business guy. He is the face of They Might Be Giants, really, and he's really the artist of the band. He's the promoter. He runs the Twitter. He runs but he also like he kind of directs the art for the albums. Like when he's the one that deals with artists and kind of curates the the artists who do their album covers, and he kind of he gets all that arranged, and he's the one giving them direction most of the time. And for music videos and stuff like that, it's like usually Flansburgh doing the brunt of the work on that front. And back in the day, it looked a lot like him making flyers for the band and like and stuff like that. So but also, I mean, John Linnell's amazing at writing songs, but Flansburgh is a power hitter too. Like it should not be said that he is not a really strong musician. And if you check out like recently this demo with him as a teenager, I think, or maybe in his very early 20s, there's an EP by his band The Turtlenecks, which was him and his girlfriend Julie Klossner and I don't know, some other guys. But you realize like when you listen to that EP that recently was made public, it's on Bandcamp somewhere. The Turtlenecks EP, it's good. And then I think there's also a bonus, like an extra track that was revealed later on somewhere. But that's where the song on their first album, They Might Be Giants' first album, Alienations for the Rich, the first version of that is on there, on that EP. But you realize like what an artsy experimental like musician he's been from day one, and he was always making music. And you just hear about like him doing this constantly when he was like a teenager and in his 20s. Like They Might Be Giants didn't start till they were about 30, I think, and like nearing their 30s or into their 30s. Yeah, Flood is about 30 years old. So yeah, I think they were like 28 or 29 when they started They Might Be Giants, or somewhere near there. Anyway. So Flans is he's an amazing musician. I mean, he's amazing. He's an amazing songwriter. One of my top 3 favorite songs by They Might Be Giants is "Narrow Your Eyes" by John by They Might Be Giants. I don't know what I was gonna say. From the album Apollo 18. Narrow Your Eyes is such a great track. It's the highlight of that album for me. What are some other Flan songs I want to do an appreciation video for John Flansburgh. Let's see. I mean, Puppet Head goes without saying. When your body floats down third Street with the Burnt Smell Factory closing up. Is it sad to say you will romanticize all the things you know before? It was not so great. It was not so great. As you take a bath in that beaten path, there's a pounding at the door. Well, it's a mighty zombie talking up some love and posterity. There it is. I don't know. I'm not going to sing it well. Another one I really love is now. Yeah, I know this one was written. I'm pretty positive it was entirely written by Flansburgh, if I'm not mistaken. On the Back to Skull EP that kind of came out as a supplemental to John Henry, Back to Skull. There's a track called She Was a Hotel Detective, which is kind of funny because on their first album they have a song called She Was a Hotel Detective, and it's a totally different song. But this one doesn't have the parentheses, or maybe it does. She was no, this is sans parentheses Hotel Detective, and where I don't know, maybe Flans didn't write it, but he's the one on it. So they both sing it, though I didn't know that when I first heard it. The first dozen times I heard it. So you have they're singing about this nighttime lady. She says maybe in the all night laundromat. It's one of my favorite They Might Be Giants songs. It's real kind of disco-y, and it's about this hotel I don't know, but there's this. So there's John Linnell singing the main part of the song, and then the chorus is sung seemingly by a woman, and then you come to learn it's John Flansburgh doing a falsetto, and it's also pitched up, and it sounds amazing. But I was really blown away to learn that was him. And then that's actually so on Factory Showroom. There's a song called "How Can I Sing Like a Girl," and I think it's in response to people commenting on him singing like a girl on that track. Tell me how can I sing like a girl and not be stigmatized by the rest of the world? Tell me how can I sing like a girl and not be objectified as if I were a girl? I want to raise my freak flag higher and higher, and I want to raise my freak flag and never be alone. Never be alone. It's another good song. Like, regardless of who wrote that Hotel Detective song, he steals the show on it, obviously. And then then it gave birth to that song. What else? Now, Join Us is a great album for Flansburgh. I think he really tapped into something on that one. He's the big power player on that album, I think, for sure. Oh, by the way, Lucky Ball and Chain, another top 3 song for me on Flood. That is one of my favorite songs. But let's see. So Join Us. He has Cloisonne, which is like some mental patient level of lyric writing. It's just bonkers. Sounds insane, but it's amazing. I love that track so much. And then what else does he have on that album? He's got I'm a mess even at my best. I'm dismantling my chances even as I win a bunch. What is that song called? Now I can't think of it. In fact, it's messy. It's called In Fact. And then he's got Celebration. I'm not as wild about. What else though? She stole my daydreams. She stole my air guitar. Exterior man on lawn, alone at dawn. Packed the typewriter and drove off in her car. A battered automobile. Cross state lines, fine. What is that one called? No, I can't think of any titles. That is I got myself to blame. What is that called? It's not in the lyrics, I'm pretty sure. I swear I know this band like the back of my hand, but I can't think of these titles right now because I'm trying to. It is called Buh. It's called Buh. No, we'll figure it out. Oh, Protagonist. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Oh man, So I went up against my roommate on fantasy again this past week. And so, last time, if well, if you've been watching these shows, which I don't know if anyone has, but the last time I went up against him, he made a bet with me that if I lose, I have to drink a double shot of Bombay Sapphire, which I hate, and he also hates. So if he lost, he was going to have to drink it. And yeah, I lost, and I drank it here on this show. And then this past week, we were up against each other, and I was making fun of him because he was losing. I was winning both leagues I was in this past week, and then I lost both of them. I lost to my roommate by 3 points, and it shows me for gloating early on. And let's see. So actually, before I came on here, I had that double shot of Bombay Sapphire, and my head nearly melted. They're down there watching hockey. I don't know nothing about football. I don't know nothing about any sport. I played t-ball as a kid, but I was never into it. I mean, I'm sure I got some kind of hit off the tee when I was a kid, but I remember it being very uneventful for me as opposed to the other kids. And then when the non-tee years, I never got a hit. One time in like 2 seasons, I got a hit at bat. Actually, I usually got hit with the pitch. I got hit way more than I got a hit. But the one time I got a hit, I got tagged out at first. Guys, I'm a natural born loser. It must be said. If I can't be honest with myself, it's like, who am I kidding? But yeah, I got tagged out, and I remember I was so excited anyway, and I went to my buddy Sean, and I was like I went back to the dugout, and I go, I got a hit, oh, I got tagged out, but I got a hit. And he was just so happy for me. Hey, you know that musician I talked about when I first started inking this book, Brian Irwin? Who I man, he's great. So when I first started inking this book, it was the day I started inking this book. The very day I started inking this book, I went looking for like the billionth time over, let's see, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 8 years. 8 years I was looking for this song, right? Could not find it anywhere. I was about to go on YouTube and start inking this book. This like the cover. I was about to start inking the cover, so it was the first. I'd done a few shows like doing inking cards and stuff, but it was the day I started inking the book. I had just signed up for Spotify, right? And so I was looking for tracks any track I could think of. And I had heard this one at Walgreens a couple times, and then I tried to find out what it was and couldn't find anything out about it. And the more I couldn't find out about it, the more curious I was. And eventually I kept, I just kept finding out that there was nothing available about it. I was seeing that other people were trying to find out too, but that was as far as I would get. And so I got Spotify, and I decided, hey, let me see if I can find that song. Couldn't find it. So I started doing a Google search. I was standing out in that hallway right there, and like ready to do. I was just getting sidetracked because I was supposed to be starting inking on this book, and I was doing a Google search on like Little Fly song, Little Fly, anything, and then I see that he had the artist. I tell this story back then, so you can see it, but I found a message from 2015, which was like it was at least a couple years after I initially started looking, but I had never found this comment before. And he goes, I'm the artist who made this song. I don't know how it ended up on Walgreens' playlist, but I keep getting asked about it. I'm going to make a video for it. And, here, like, I was just like, cool, I know who did it now. And then I was like, wait, he said he was making a video for it 6 years ago. Let me see if I can find it. And sure enough, it was right there on YouTube. It was like, I guess I just needed a little more information than the phrase little fly. You know what I mean? Because everything was coming up but what I was looking for when I would look up little fly. So the guy's name is Brian Irwin. And I found the video on YouTube, and I sent him a comment. We started texting, or we kind of had a little conversation here on YouTube, and then I started following him on Instagram and Twitter and everything. And he's sending me some stuff. He just sent me a message today saying he was gonna send me some music and stuff. So I can't wait to kind of show off that package here on this channel. And I really want to show off Brian Irwin. I can't wait. So please give him a look. I'm definitely going to do a like a show and tell about him soon. I was saying, and he's always like, he would do like big batch likes of my posts, of my art on Instagram and stuff every so often. And I kept telling my family about him. I was like, I never thought, like, whoever thought that all these years when I was trying to figure out what, like, and I would do like hour-long Google searches on this song trying to figure out what it was. I was like, who would have thought? It was like, I swear, it was like Moby Dick. I was trying to catch Moby Dick. I was like, what is this? And I was like, who would have thought that one day I would have like kind of a relationship with the artist in a way? You know what I mean? That's so cool. So I gotta think of something I can do for him. Cause that's nice. He just kind of asked if he could send me stuff. Yeah, can't wait to show it off. Let's see, that's the leg. Oh, okay, it goes into that. I'm gonna do this one dark, even though that one won't be, because that one isn't in. If that makes any sense, I'm not gonna articulate that further than that. I don't think. Okay, so this one is. Okay, so the inside of this leg is dark, but the inside of this leg won't be dark, because I want that to be black, but I don't want that to be black. Right. I hope that works. It's colored. It should work. It should work. I don't know many of his other songs well enough to talk about them explicitly, but I was listening to a bunch of his music on my birthday, actually, Brian Irwin. And I was listening to it with my mom and my sister. I was kind of showing it off. It's very the song Little Fly. It's not very country. I really love that song, but a lot of his music is a lot more country sounding, and So it's different, but it's good. I also realize he's an actor to some extent. He's got like an IMDb page and everything. But he's also a carpenter, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. Give him a look. He's an interesting guy. In my experience, incredibly friendly and all around good guy. Okay. Jeez, can you believe how long it takes me to do a panel? I've been doing this an hour. You know, I started talking about with going through that package, but Jiminy Christmas, it's all these tables and chairs. Why the tables and chairs? Here, I'm not doing that with that. When I have these fine ones, let's see. Oh, my buddy Ben called again today. I always like hearing from him. Because he's coming over around Thanksgiving. He's been trying to call me a lot more lately. He's out in Washington. I'm here in Chicago land. I'm in the suburbs of Chicago. To hear from him. Was I going to say something about that call? I guess he's. So I'm always trying to convince my art friends to draw. You know, artists never want to draw. Artists are always looking for excuses not to do their art. Self included. But he was telling me today that you can take a shot because I just hit my face on the camera. If you couldn't tell. And let's see. Sink into depression. Yeah, so he said he's been drawing lately. He's also thinking he wants to start a food truck. I don't know what that entails. Sounds ambitious. He's an electrician right now. But he's thinking. He also cooks a lot, and he's thinking he wants to start a food truck. Which, dude, if he can pull it off, I want him to do that. You know what that means, though? When he comes over, he's gonna have to cook for us. So I think that's what I'm going to tell him. I'll tell him, look, I'll buy whatever you want. I'll buy everything you need. You cook for us. You're so good. If you're so good, cook for us. Like I don't believe him. Let's see. This table has a shadow under it too, doesn't it? Trying to get old. That would go to white. That would go to white. This would be rendered invisible. Just thinking of how to treat it. Okay, but Flansburgh. Let's go back to my obsession with They Might Be Giants, because I was trying to talk about. I was trying to kind of boost him over Linnell a little bit, because everybody talks about how much they love Linnell, and I do too. I think he's got great songs out there. I think he's probably responsible for the brunt of the hits of the band. And people just like him because he's I don't know. He's like the cutie of the band, which is not to say Flansburgh's a cutie too. Give Flans a chance. But let's see what else is what else. Let's see, what does Flans have? So Damn Good Times on the Spine. I'm gonna cheat. I gotta cheat. we're gonna get to the bottom of this. What are the best Flans songs? Okay, we said put your hand inside the puppet head, right? Hideaway Folk Family. I love that song. You know what? I'm gonna throw this to black. Taurus, contemplate domestic turmoil. Aquarius, abandon hope for future plans. Hideaway Folk Family. Rabid child stays at home, talks on a CB. How about Lincoln? We got Lie Still Little Bottle. I'm looking for Flans songs. You'll Miss Me. Snowball in Hell. Come on. That's one of my top 10 They Might Be Giant songs. Snowball in Hell, I would say. Avalanche or Roadblock. I was a snowball in hell. Kiss Me Son of God. I don't know who wrote that one. Though I think it was, yeah, I'm pretty sure Leno wrote Kiss Me Son of God. So I said Lucky Ball and Chain was probably in the top 3 with Narrow Your Eyes. Top 3 is pretty tight, but those are definitely up there. Top 3 is getting claustrophobic. But yeah, if I was saying that both Lucky Ball and Chain and Narrow Your Eyes were in the top 3, that makes me nervous. I don't know if I would say they're both in the top 3, but they're up there. They're probably top 10. One of them is probably in the top 3, but I don't know about both. What else we got on there? Your Racist Friend. Are you kidding me? Your Racist Friend. It's like I went back to it, and it that's a tense sounding song. It's a good one. Bum, bum. But it's also like light and fun at the same time. That's something I find myself whistling the bridge of that song all the time. But now that I was about to do it on stream, I was like, I don't remember it. I'm not gonna try. I want to do a drop shadow under these eye stalks. I don't know about a drop shadow, but make it a little. Place it on the page. Place it in the space. Oh, what else is on there? Twisting. Twisting is amazing. She set your goldfish free, and now she's sighing. Blew out your pilot light and made a wish. She doesn't have to have her DB's record back now, but there's not a lot of things that she'll take back. Hot Cha. Road Movie to Berlin is way up there. Way up there. Apollo 18. What's on Apollo 18? Dig My Grave. My Evil Twin. The Guitar. Narrow Your Eyes. Hall of Heads. See the Constellation, If I Wasn't Shy. We're looking at Flan songs. Hypnotist of Ladies. Spacesuit. Okay. John Henry. We have Sleeping in the Flowers. AKA Driver, NyQuil Driver. AKA Driver. That's a great one. That's one my dad likes. My dad doesn't like. He's not wild about They Might Be Giants. He's like, they write songs about anything, and it's like, oh, it's a song about a teacup. He bought Flood because he heard Twisting on the radio, and he liked Twisting, and he thought there would be more stuff like that on the album, and I guess apparently not. But he likes AKA Driver as well. Let's see. Extra Savoir Faire, I really like. Spy. Oh, Do Not Forsake Me, I know he wrote. Dirt Bike. Now, I like Dirt Bike, but I don't like the version on John Henry nearly as much as I like the Other Thing version, which is actually available in a number of places, I think, now. It didn't used to be, but I think it's on a couple different releases now. But if you come across the Other Thing version of it, it's got these great horns. I mean, the album version has horns on it as well, but the arrangement of the horns on the Other Thing version, it's like there's this horn section called They Might Be Giants' Other Thing that they had going for a while, and the Other Thing version I really like. Of Dirt Bike, that is. And let's see. Meet James Ensor. Out of Jail. Okay, what else we got? Factory Showdown. I gotta keep moving too, by the way. Ah. So let's see, what do we got on Factory Showroom? SEXXY. Oh, Token Back to Brooklyn is the hidden track on it before track 1. So if you have it on CD, if you put it in like a little Walkman or something, and you rewind before the first track, if you like, you start the first track and you start to rewind, it'll go backwards and do like a negative time count, like back about a minute, and then there's a minute-long track before the first track called Token Back to Brooklyn. It's also got other releases, but they put it on subsequent stuff like Rarities EPs and stuff, or Rarities albums. But so Token Back to Brooklyn, SEXXY, How Can I Sing Like a Girl, we talked about. New York City, which is a cover of a Cub song. Cub is amazing. Cub is really amazing. I love Cub. I need another cup of tea soon. XTC versus Adamant. Pet Name. I Can Hear You is cute. Oh, okay. Here. So on the Japanese release, there were 2 bonus tracks, Unforgotten and Sense Around. So Unforgotten was like a B-side to this album. It's also on the SEXXY EP. It is, I love that song so much. That is in my top 10. They Might Be Giant songs. I don't know how many of them, how many slots I've filled up right now, but that is one of my top 10 for sure. That is so beautiful. It bums me out because Factory Showroom is probably one of my least favorite They Might Be Giants albums. So it's allegedly it's their favorite album. It's among their favorite albums that they've done. And a lot of people like Factory Showroom. For me, it falls a little flat. And it's kind of it's generally not my favorite album. But, and it kind of bums me out that Unforgotten did not make the cut while some others did. Because I think Unforgotten is such a beautiful song. Beautiful, sad kind of breakup song. Long Tall Weekend, which was their 1999 MP3 only release. They were like one of the very, very first MP3 only albums ever available. There's a guitar saxophone track called Drinkin'. She Thinks She's Edith Head is Flansburgh. Maybe I Know is a cover of a song by Leslie Gore. Rat Patrol is sung by John Linnell, but it was written by Flansburgh. Token Back to Brooklyn we talked about. Older. Well, no, I think that's Linnell, but it's sung by both of them. Operators Are Standing By. Wow, he's all over this album. He's like heavy on this album. That's the first 7 tracks, just about, right? Yeah. Dark and Metric is Linnell. Reprehensible is really fun and good. I wonder what it says about this. A cool song that fell between the cracks. This song features the sound of the mellotron, actually from a sampler. That was a primitive version of sampling created in the 60s. The horn section is actually created by playing a chord on an electronic keyboard, but instead of a piano or organ sound, you get the sound of a saxophone, or in this case, the sound of a very old-fashioned, melodramatic, vibrato-laden sax with a tone more from the 40s than from the 60s when it was recorded. I've sort of been the male lead in some songs that seem like they need more straight ahead voice, because John's voice is more. Oh, this one was written by. That's right. This one was written by Linnell, I believe, but sung by Flansburgh. But Flansburgh sings the hell out of the song. I really love this track. Reprehensible. I sing it all the time. Counterfeit Faker. Lullaby to Nightmares. Okay, moving on. Mink Car. Let me heat up more tea. I'll be right back. And by the way, sorry, I'm always talking about They Might Be Giants lately. They're, they just put out a new album, so I'm kind of obsessed. But let's see, Mink Car. Yeah, I keep doing these They Might Be Giants centric shows lately. Cyclops Rock. That's a really fun one. Man, It's So Loud in Here is sung by Linnell, but I could have sworn it was written by Flans. Oh, and you know what? This album, one of the producers was Adam Schlesinger of Fountains of Wayne, who died of COVID. And he was like the first guy who died of COVID that I heard of that kind of really made it sink in for me. I'm just seeing notes about him on this track. Sung by John Linnell of Flansburgh, harmonizes. Okay, what else we got? Mr. Excitement name checks Flansy, but I think that was all just Mike Doty of Soul Coughing's riffing lyrics. I don't think he necessarily wrote that song. The music, sure, but I think Doty wrote the lyrics on that one. I would assume. Another First Kiss. It's all right. Yeah Yeah is a cover of a Georgie Fame song. Drink. Older we talked about. Mink Car. Mink Car is I love the instrumentation on Mink Car, that track. The titular track. She thinks she's Edith Head again, working undercover for the man. Okay. Then their first kids album, No. Fibber Island, Robot Parade. In the middle is a like a cover of like a PSA song or something. John Lee's Super Taster. Clap Your Hands. I Am a Grocery Bag. Lazy Head and Sleepy Bones is probably one of my favorite tracks on this. Okay, moving on. The Spine, one of my favorite albums. And I know he does track 3. What is it? It's Memo to Human Resources is his first track on this album, which I didn't like at first. When I got this album, there were 2 tracks I hadn't heard yet, and they were Memo to Human Resources and I Can't Hide From My Mind, but I'd heard everything else. And I didn't like Memo to Human Resources, and I didn't like I Can't Hide From My Mind at first. And then one day they just really clicked with me, and I really liked them. He does Prevenge, which is a very, very fun song. That's like probably one of the rockinest songs on this album. Oh, no, I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of It's Kicking In, which I like a lot. But Prevenge is really good too. The World Before Later On is like the slower kind of album break. Like Bastard Wants to Hit Me by Linnell and The World Before Later On. It's kind of like the end of side A, I believe, sort of, and it kind of winds down there, and I don't know, they're all right. It's the slow part of the album. Those 2 songs. It's Kicking In, Spines, Damn Good Times. I said it was a fun song. I Can't Hide From My Mind. Okay. Let's see. Here Come the ABCs. Their next kids album, which they're all well and good, but that's like more casual. I just listen to that stuff as a collect. They've got some good stuff on those kids albums. But it's like you gotta be like in the front row of their audience to be digging into that stuff, I feel like. So let's see what's on that. What do we like on this by Flames? He does ABCs. Alphabet of Nations has both of them singing on it. I'm sure they wrote that together, maybe? Maybe it was just Linnell, I don't know. E Eats Everything. QU. Go for G. Pictures of Pandas Painting. I like D&W. I don't think that was him. Fake Believe, Fake Believe, Fake Believe. There's 2 versions of that song on this album. But I like Fake Believe a lot. The Vowel Family. Alamano. D's for Drums. Good Night, My Friends. All right. The Else. The album The Else. He did Take Out the Trash, which is track 2 on that, I know. Take Out the Trash is a good one. Yeah. Careful What You Pack. With the Dark is fun. The Shadow Government. Feign Amnesia is like, it's probably like one of my favorite of his on this album. What else? Here Come the 1, 2, 3s. Their follow up to the ABC one. They won a Grammy for this album. Here Come the 1, 2, 3s. Zeros. The Secret Life of Six. I find myself singing from time to time. Pirate Girls 9. 10 Mississippi. 1 Dozen Monkeys. That was kind of their single from this album, more or less. That's Flansburgh. I Can Add. Ooh La, Ooh La. Oh, Ooh La, Ooh La is really fun. That's sung by him and his wife. That's probably one of the best things to come out of that album. Heart of the Band. Okay, moving on. And they did Here Comes Science. Then, okay, let's see. Science is Real is fun. Electric Car. I'm getting so sidetracked. No wonder it takes me forever to draw a page. Jiminy. Oh, I did this twice. Okay, we'll erase one. Or we'll ink over one. Or we'll white one out, I should say. Okay. Science is Real. Electric Car, also sung by his wife. She's got a beautiful voice. She's amazing. And that's one of my favorite songs on this album, I would say. What is a Shooting Star? How Many Planets? Why Does the Sun Really Shine is good. Because they have that Why Does the Sun Shine song that they cover by High Zerit. Well, that's on this album, but then it's followed up with Why Does the Sun Really Shine, where they kind of correct that song. Because the High Zerit one is outdated. The sun is not a mass of incandescent gas. It's a miasma of incandescent plasma. The sun is a miasma of incandescent plasma. The sun's not really made out of gas. No, no, no. Roy G. Biv. I don't remember who does. I think Linnell does Put It to the Test. Photosynthesis. Computer Assisted Design. Here Comes Science. The Ballad of Davy Crockett in Outer Space. Okay, then we've got Join Us, back to the adult albums. Join Us. Let's see if I can recall what his first track is on this. I know it starts with Can't Keep Johnny Down, followed by another Linnell song, which is You Probably... No! Yeah, you probably get that a lot. Flansburgh's singing is on that too, but you probably get that a lot. Flans's first song is track 3, which is let's see, it was on the preview EP of that album. It's on the tip of my brain. I know the track. I just can't think of it right now. It's going to be. We tried the handcuffs, but they won't lock. Electrical courses, but they won't shock. You tried the fire alarm. You tried punching a cop. You're just too old pine box. You're just too tired to stop. You old pine box. That's a really good one. I like that. I love Join Us though. I love this album. Old Pine Box. Yep, track 3. Cloisonne is nuts. I love that one by Flans. Celebration. Not as into that one. In Fact is really fun. Protagonist is really neat. In Fact is probably one of my favorite ones of his on this album. Judy Is Your Vietnam is one of my favorite tracks on this album. It's probably the shortest on this album too. Yeah. Yep. Judy Is Your Vietnam is the shortest track on this album. It's one of my favorite. The Lady and the Tiger is really fun. Spoiler alert is kind of... So with that song, John Linnell wrote it, but it's kind of like there's 2 songs going on, one in the right channel and one in the left channel, and Linnell sings the one part and Flansburgh sings the other part, and they kind of like bounce off each other and kind of rap in and out of each other. It's a fun song. But yeah, I just remembered Linnell does write that one, or he did write that one himself. Spoiler alert is the name of that one. Dog Walker is one of my favorite tracks. The second shortest one on this album. No, third. No, never mind. I was looking at a different one. But it feels short, but it's actually not that short for as far as tracks on this album go. Dog Walker is one of my favorites. There's 3 Might Be Duende. And that's it for that album. Nanobots. Where are all the nanobots? Black Ops, he wrote. Circular Karate Chop, Tesla, Sometimes a Lonely Way, Destroy the Past, Hive Mind, Decision Makers, Nouns, There, Insect Hospital, Tick. The Darlings of Lumberland is probably the highlight on this one. Too Tall Girl, that's my favorite one on this album. And Didn't Kill Me. That album has 25 tracks. I talked about it a little bit this week. It's like a patchwork quilt. It's kind of a lopsided album. I like a lot of stuff on it, but it's at the same time it's not one of my favorites. Glean. Good to Be Alive, I like. Music Jail, Part 1 and 2 is amazing. Madam, I Challenge You to a Duel, I like. All the Lazy Boyfriends is probably the low point on this album for me. Though it's not terrible, it's not bad. Hate the Villanelle is sung by Linnell, but he wrote it. Flansburgh wrote this one. I'm a Coward. Let Me Tell You About My Operation is really good. That's that album. Why, their last kids album that they put out. Oh You Did is sung by his wife and presumably written by him. Omnicorn. Oh You Did is fun. Omnicorn is fun. Linnell's got a couple good ones in there. And Mom and Kid. Moles, Hounds, Bears, Bees, and Hares is fun. Walking My Cat Named Dog is a cover by a Norma Tanega song. I've talked about Norma Tanega on here recently. Long White Beard, sung by his wife again, presumably written by him. I Just Want to Dance, kind of not that interesting. Thinking Machine is kind of nuts. So Crazy for Books, Out of a Tree was a Dunkin' Donuts commercial originally, and they fleshed it out, and I think it works. It's a good one. I liked it more than I expected to. Okay. Oh, Hello, Mrs. We Like. Again, it's like 2 songs in one. Oh, the format is all jacked up on the phone. It didn't used to be like that. But it's like one person singing a song on one side, and then the other guy's singing the other part. And it's like the one guy is singing the song, but then the other guy's like adding to each line and changing the entire story. You know what I mean? He goes, "Hello, I'm from Mississippi. We like to wear wooden footwear. You like to wear," or something. I forget. I used to love singing that one. But that's a cool idea. It's like that, and I think these are like classic nursery rhyme ideas that they play with on, or not nursery rhymes, but I think they're ideas that have been done before, but they're just like explore fun ideas on these kids albums, but also on regular albums. Like they did something like that on Spoiler Alert. I was just talking about. Okay, anyway. Then the kids took over. Yeah. All right. Phone Power. Kind of a B-sides if you ask me, but let's see. To a Forest is neat. Say Nice Things About Detroit, really, really good. Daylight, I like. Sold My Mind to the Kremlin. Impossibly New, I like. I think Flans wrote that one. Got Getting Upside Down. Bills, Bills, Bills is a Destiny's Child cover. I Wasn't Listening. All right. I like fun. All time what is fun? An insult to the fact checkers is a rockin' fun one. I like fun. The titular track is cool. It kind of reminds me of Cloisonne. This microphone, The Bright Side, Lake Monsters, The Greatest, all decent. My Murdered Remains, again, I'd say this is a B-sides compilation. Gudetama's Busy Days, Ampersand, The Bullies, Rowboat Mayor is fun. No Cops, I would assume that he wrote. Starry Eyes is a cover by, that was written by Whoa. Wasn't trying to play it, Jiminy. The band is called The Records. The Velvet Ape. Tesla remix. I Was Dancing in the Lesbian Bar is a Jonathan Richman cover. Rock Club is an old Dial song that they redid. The Summer Breeze is an old Dial song that they redid. Door to Door Minotaur is allegedly in the style of The Residents, which they're big fans of. I need to get that cup of tea. The Greatest full-length mix. Christmas in the Big House. Power of Dial song. All right. Fun stuff. Great. The Escape Team is fun. It's just a bunch of characters, and then they did songs for each one. Let's see. Bernice, I really like. That's one of my favorites on this album. Bernice, that's a Flan song. Duncan, of course. John Postal. Corrupted Lyle. It's a good one. Repeat Offender. And then The Poisonous, which is sung by his wife, which, yeah, so I think all his entries on that one are, they're good. That's a fun album. And then book here we have Moonbeam Rays. I liked. It doesn't sound as much like They Might Be Giants to me as it might, but I really liked it. So and I could say that for all of his songs on this, just about. He did Lord Snowden, If Day for Winnipeg, Darling the Dose, I Lost Thursday, Super Cool, I liked a lot. Quit the Circus, and that's where we are. This one wasn't my favorite Flans album, actually, but those are the ones that were they've been growing on me. Like I was saying at the beginning, I find myself singing them more and more. Oh yeah. This whole mess. Okay, now that I'm not distracted, I'm gonna try and buckle down and I'm only on panel 2. I've been on for an hour and 45 minutes. That's unacceptable. I gotta get moving. It is 10 o'clock. I will go till 4 in the morning if I have to. Though I will need a cup of tea. And I may need to go to the bathroom before long. I'm gonna hold off on that. I don't like interrupting the stream like that. If I can help it. Now I'm not talking at all. I was so chatty. It seemed like what I was best at for a split second. Though I will say about Book, they released I Lost Thursday for free, really, a while back, like a year ago. And I was not into that track so much. I thought it sounded like too demo-y to be on their album, and then they announced that it was going to be. That was the first track they announced was actually going to be on the album, and I was like, really? It sounds more demo-y than an album track to me. And since I've listened to it in the context of the album, I feel like I like it a lot more than I originally did. like when it comes on, it seems to fit in to me, fit in with the rest into the album, and then it I don't know, I just can hear people, maybe you can hear people yelling about sports downstairs. I read a George Carlin quote today. It said, "The thing I like most about sports is that half the people go home disappointed." And it was a tweet. It was a photo that somebody posted where it was written by hand by George Carlin and framed on their wall. Just him saying, "The thing I like most about sports is that half the people go home disappointed." Nights we run up to the next. I'm staring at this text and thinking very fast. Fix that. Holy smokes! It must be 10:05. And apparently I have an alarm set for that time. You know what I mean? 10:05? Jiminy. This new phone is louder than my last phone, which was barely alive. In fact, when we took my SIM card out of there, there was like melted plastic from the tray smeared onto the SIM card. So it melted black plastic because it was over. I guess internally the phone was overheating, which I didn't realize. But yeah, my phone would get real hot, like not too hot to hold, but it would get pretty hot sometimes. My mom even pointed out, she's like, "Yeah, does it always get that hot?" Like, I guess so. It's hot enough to melt its insides. Yikes. She's like, "Yeah, maybe it was a good time for you to get a new phone." Okay. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here to get that tea and to make a sissy. Let's see if I have anything on this phone that I can leave you with. Probably not. I could play one thing for you, since we're talking about They Might Be Giants. A hook. I could play a song that they made for me. Is there a way I can loop it, though? Because it's only like 35 seconds long. Let me see. Why doesn't it let me loop it? I thought I could loop it. Oh, here we are. Okay. Okay, so you're going to hear the same thing a number of times. So I'm going to wait till the very second I leave to hit play. Okay. Here's a little song by They Might Be Giants called Ryan O'Connor. Take it away from the mic a little bit. Oops.
Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor. Someone's calling Ryan O'Connor. Don't answer it, Ryan O'Connor.
And that was Me by They. Oh, isn't that lovely? I say that a lot on this show. Who even says that? Some Looney Tunes. Isn't that? Oh, that's Martin the Martian. Okay. I had to find my point. What is my point anymore? Okay. Let's see. So my favorite holiday is coming up this month. Thanksgiving. Heavens to Betsy. Like I need a Thanksgiving right now. I need to lose some weight. I mean, like I'm a skinny guy still, but I'm getting a little belly right now. In no small part, thanks to all the candy that's been lying around my life for the past month. Here, my brain. I'm gonna fix some of that with whiteout. Okay, let's bust that out now. It's gonna bug me. What else boo-boo did I make? Oops. Let's see. What to do? right. Here's that. Got a little bow on her head. She's collecting all these dishes off of tables, wiping tables down. Look at these women gabbing on the job. Must be nice. Okay. So earlier this year with the fan club thing, I got another bundle of merchandise earlier. I got the first volume of Secret Music. I got another book of like posters, like fake They Might Be Giants posters. It's like no, yeah, that's what it is. It's like retro. It's this one artist is always doing like They Might Be Giants art, kind of posters out of like Norman Rockwell art and stuff like that. And they compiled a book of it called Cease and Desist. I'm not sure I can't remember what else came in that bundle. Oh, I got some t-shirts. I got a mug. Maybe some like guitar picks, I think. And stickers. Put her hair back here. Just a line. Mm-hmm. I have to pour some ink soon. Oh, mama. So I came across a copy of the National Enquirer recently that I just saw. William Shatner, he went to the moon recently. No, he didn't go to the moon. Why did I say he didn't go to the moon? He went to outer space. Like they, he went to the moon. Fake news. That's one small step for man. One giant leap. My bad. He went to space, and Bezos' flying airship, and yeah. So people were saying like, "Wow, he's the oldest man in space, Captain Kirk." Wow, holy smokes! Well, I came across the moon. I came across a copy of the National Enquirer recently. I kind of did a double take. Because I saw William Shatner on it, and it was a minute before I correctly read the headline. I just thought it said, oldest man in space, William Shatner, but it was it was meaner than that. It was, let's see. Here's the photo. 250-pound Shatner, 90, oldest and fattest man ever in space. I was like, that was uncalled for. That was rude. What did he do to deserve that? I just thought it was funny because I just thought it said oldest for a moment, and then I realized what it actually said. But poor William Shatner, because a 90-year-old man, like, 250 is about right for him. Like, we expect him to be. I don't know. That was rude. I don't know. They got beef with the Shat Man. Who did not walk on the moon, no matter what I might tell you. Did not walk on the moon yet. Shatner walked on the moon recently. Everyone's like, oh, wait, what? He's making headlines day by day. Oh, duel. Oh, duel. That's the voice I use for Gladys here in the cartoon I did. Oh, duel. It's kind of like Mrs. Bighead from Rocko's Modern Life, and a little bit of, I guess, Dr. Girlfriend in the Venture Brothers, Dr. Mrs. the Monarch. Oh, duel. But I'm a big fan of Charlie Adler, who did Mr. and Mrs. Bighead and the red guy on Cow and Chicken, as well as Cow and Chicken. Um, he did. He was IR Baboon. He was Ickis on Real Monsters. He was one of the guys on Space Goofs. Cookie? Candy? I think Candy was the character's name. Oh, he was also Mr. Dupet on Rocco, which was Mr. Bighead's boss, the alligator, the bald alligator guy that was always picking his nose. Mr. Dupet. Oh, he was Buster Bunny on Tiny Toon Adventures. I believe he plays. He does the voice of Professor Monkey for a Head on the Earthworm Jim cartoon, which I never saw, so it's just kind of on my radar these days because I'm such a big fan of Doug Knaple, but I never saw that show. I had the first game when I was a kid, and we couldn't get past level 3 or something. I think we eventually beat down the tubes. And then I forget what was after that, but we only beat down the tubes once, and then we got obliterated in the next level, and never got that far again. Oh, duel. Here she is dishing out some waitress advice to her girlfriend about her love life. Oh, you grab hold of him and you don't ever let go. No, I don't remember what the scene is. It was like, yeah, I totally forget. It's one of the most recent ones I wrote, but it's also one of the most short-lived in my mind. So now I'm trying to remember, where did I write down the dialogue for these? Oh, I've got it on my computer somewhere. I was just like, I did write it out somewhere, didn't I? Because if not, I just trusted myself to remember what these scenes are. I do not. Yeah, I added 4 scenes after I drew the whole book. It's kind of add things here and there to add like flesh out the story a little more. Okay. Eye stalks, darling. They're eye stalks. Oh, those are just my eye stalks. You don't have a pair of these? Darling, I simply don't know what you're doing then. I simply couldn't get around if I could move my eyes in all 8 cardinal directions. Are there 8 cardinal directions? No, there's 4 cardinal directions: north, east, west, and south. What are the other ones called? Intercardinal directions are the other ones. And then there's 8 more divisions. Yeah, as I was saying that, I was like, I don't think that. I think there's 4 cardinal directions. Oh, darling. I think she is defending Bonehead though. Oh, he's a sweet little boy. He'll come into his own. You just need to nurture a boy like that. My husband was a train wreck when I met him. Oh, duel. Do tell.
Gary the snail. Answer me when I'm talking to you. Gary the snail. Oh, darling. I kind of sound like I have a cold. Which isn't a bad thing. My husband thinks it's very attractive.
Apparently she has a husband, which I didn't realize until I said it a minute ago. Here we are. I'm going to throw some tiles down in here too. Oh, mama. All right, dear. It was as dark as Get Out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's Petunia yelling. I need to give her a different face, I think. Still drawing the same expression on her over and over. Who would have believed somebody? Oh, mama. We're getting there. I'm going to keep going after I finish this page, though, I think. So, buckle up, shorty. It is almost 11 o'clock. Okay. So where are we going? Where are we going? Which line are we going to follow? We'll forge a new path. How about that? Mm-hmm. 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 Though I am getting tired. But I'm gonna at least start another page. Since I haven't drawn in 2 days. I mean, drawn on this book. You know, I once met Jabberjaw. Okay, that's not true. I just wanted you to think I was cool. So I said I had met a fictional animated shark whose voice is a cheap ripoff of Curly from the Three Stooges, who talks like who quotes Rodney Dangerfield in lieu of an original catchphrase. Was that in and of itself disrespectful to Rodney Dangerfield? All right, so this one's done. I'll clean it up later. Let's see what's next here. Do I have the next page here? Oh no, you know what? I think it's out in the hallway. Let me go grab that. I might have heard somebody's laundry going off. Okay, here's the next page. So yeah, it was just a 2-page addition to this scene that I added. So they're still talking. And then we end on the empty vase that Bonehead plucked the flower from. And then we start the next scene where Bonehead is now late for work and he's sneaking in, all sneaky. He's carrying his skates and his helmet. You see that? There's the Cruxworks poison factory. There's Bonehead sneaking in, throws stuff in his locker. And then here's Charlie the Crow on a perch high up in the room, and he's giving Bonehead a hard time, and he's gonna go tell on him. And Bonehead's like, "No, wait, I got something for you." I like this character, Charlie. He's just a jerk. He's like a tattletale. Okay, so let's. We want to do the. Where are they? Where was it? We want to do the panels. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Let's make some room here. We got business to take care of. We need some room. Okay, now I need. What did I do with it? My Copic multiliner, my 0.5 Copic multiliner. Here's one, but isn't this my broken one? No, it isn't. I have a broken one in that drawer. Lord only knows why. I keep it. It's got ink in it, actually, that's why. If I can pull that ink out. And put it in another pen so I don't. Hey, take a shot. I just hit my face on the camera. Dang it! I did it again. You guys are about to get real drunk real quick. All these gutters are approximately 2 millimeters. What do you call it? This to this. So what is it? So we've got half an inch, quarter of an inch, eighth of an inch. Half, quarter, eighth, 16th, 32. So yeah, 1/16 of an inch. That's how thick my gutters are. Ideally, I mean, they don't always seem perfectly even, but that's what I measured them on anyway. Ow! Take a shot. That's all the vertical lines. I think after I finish this page, I'm going to end the broadcast. Am I going to do this whole page? Am I really going to do that? It's 11. Well, wherever I stop on this page, I may just do that. Let's see. I napped today already, so I can technically pull it off if I decide I need to, which I probably should, if that's the case. I mean, I got some catching up to do. Last time this shot is in the book. So that's good. Okay. Let's get into it. We're right past 3 hours for this broadcast. Or just past, I should say. I don't know what right past means. Actually, those eyelashes should be there. I'll fix it. Oh, joy. Pardon me. All right. This is the way we ink the book, ink the book, ink the way we all the live long day. Why not? There we go. Oh. I try not to bust the border, you know what I mean? No busting the border. I've got a rumbly in my tumbly all the live long day, or whatever he says. Jambalaya. I like to make jambalaya, but I haven't made it in a long time. So one of my nephews turns 5. Yeah, 5 this week. I want to order him a present, but I can't because I don't have my debit card. I'm waiting for the mail to show up. And I don't want to show up empty-handed at this birthday party. But I really want to get the thing I picked out for him. Outdoor. That's like all she said. It's just my go-to phrase for her. Outdoor. I don't think she even says that in the cartoon. Oh, look at you. How aren't you, darling? Let's see. Yeah, I think she's talking about kicking Bonehead to the curb here. Or it's at least suggesting she might. Good men are hard to come by these days. I don't know what Gladys is saying. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure she's defending Bonehead though. I don't know. Frankly, I don't know what she would be saying to defend him, but I seem to recall that. I'm not gonna look it up on you. Oh, there's her dish rag. I was like, where did she put that old dish rag anyway? Who's the voice of Winnie the Pooh? I have a name in mind, but I don't know if it's right. I don't want to. No, actually, you know what the name I'm thinking of is? It's actually a name from. What is that show called? David Lynch, Twin Peaks. What? Who voiced Winnie the Pooh? Before Jim Cummings, that is. Who? I don't know why. I've just got that Rumbly and My Tumbly song stuck in my head now. Winnie the Pooh. Sterling Holloway? Yeah. Oh, Jim Cummings doesn't even do it anymore. Or maybe he. I don't know. But yeah, Sterling Holloway. Because then I was thinking of Ka the Snake. It's a cool voice. I'm a big voice actor guy. I like voice actors. Billy West is one of my heroes. Which I've talked about before, meeting Billy West. It's 11:30. You want to know the name I was thinking of for the voice actor that voiced Winnie the Pooh? I was thinking of the name Wyndham Earl. Took me a minute to realize that that was actually a Twin Peaks name. I don't even remember who Wyndham Earl is. Let me look that up real quick. Is that the other detective? Wyndham Earl. It is a detective. The former partner of Dale Cooper. I don't remember seeing him, so he must have been. He features in the second half of the second season. Okay, so he was in. I don't remember him too well. But then again, I only watched that show once through. Season 3 was a bit. There was some good stuff in there, I guess, but they really leaned into the incomprehensible portion of the show. Kind of threw out the storytelling, didn't they? I mean, don't get me wrong. The second season, the last episode of the second season, when I saw that, my brain melted. I was like, oh my goodness, this is amazing. And how insane it is. More of that, please. And then the show is over. But then it came back for a third season. Shortly after I watched that, they announced season 3. Like, that it was actually coming. Now, I haven't seen Fire Walk with Me. I've just seen season 1, 2, 3. Like I say, once through, I think I tried to start season 1 again, and it's so slow. But, you know, there's things I like about it, but it's really slow. And then when I saw that last episode, I was like, yeah, I can't believe they did that on TV. It's just so wild and insane. And like in the 90s, no less. But then you get season 3, which is like there's so much of that. But then I don't know. It's preposterous hogwash, if you ask me. It kind of threw out the whole series for me a little bit. It's like, I don't care. You don't know what you're doing. I mean, it's just artsy fartsy, if you ask me. Ow! Take a drink. Okay. I've got an idea. I'll bring the show back. Dangle the beloved main character in front of the audience's face and never give him to the audience. Thanks, David Lynch. Breaking new barriers there. Stunning genius. No, I just didn't like season 3. I like there were things I liked a lot about season 3, but overall it kind of just kind of stunk to me. And then they all kind of stunk to me in a way, but I had a lot more respect for it, I think, before I saw season 3. Outdoor. Okay. Okay. And then here's her coily hair. Darn. Okay, this is getting gluey because I'm getting to the bottom. I'm running on fumes ink-wise. Okay. Don't know if that'll be enough for the page, but oh yeah, that should be plenty, I think. Boom, 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 boom. Be careful when you set your hand into the ink to just kind of stay put and lift straight off. Okay. If I'm gonna finish this page, I need tea and to use the bathroom again. So I don't know. I'm not gonna put on music. I'm just gonna go. Okay. Mm. Just sit and think. Sit and think for a minute. It's your old friend Ryan, back on the case. All right. Um, this this book probably doesn't pass the Bechdel test, but you know, who cares? You know, um, this book wasn't about passing the Bechdel test. It's not about her so much as it's about the other character. And she only has so much screen time, and her character is here to unfold the main character. Like, her whole character in this book is in service to the main character. It's not about her. So I was concerned about that aspect of her character, and that, like, she ain't passing no Bechdel test, but I did try to make her a little bit of a stronger character with that kind of thing in mind. But, you know, she is a supporting character to that one, and it's not about her, it's about him. So, you know, I'm okay with that. And I hope she's okay with that. If I ever do another story, another Bonehead story, she'll be established, and I can surely give her a bigger storyline. But there wasn't a lot for her to do in this book, without making it a 250-page book, and I was not ready to make it that much thicker. Like, I was trying to keep the script to, I think I was trying to do an 80-page script, and it became a 100-page script, which translates roughly to a 200-page comic, and the comic ended up being 235 pages. So, I mean, I tried to help her character a little bit, but I couldn't. I didn't want to sacrifice the story that I had, and I didn't want to add more story for her. It was something I was thinking about a lot. But I gave her 2 pages here. And here, I think she's just kind of standing up for herself a little bit. She's kind of... Oh, dang it. There's nothing on this plate. Once I erase, I'll be able to clean it up a little tighter. Okay, there's her. She's cute. Okay. If I do say so myself, I make a pretty cute little ghost girl. Not I myself. I mean, I'm not a cute little ghost girl. I know that. But I make one that's out of this world. Chef's kiss. Jim, I was name with this. I'm going for about 4 hours here. I think that merits a southern accent. Is what I think. I reckon. Trick the thing, I was wrong. It's an ordinary day. Trick the thing, it began. I was feeling like I am by the leg of the bird, and the special day observed. I was mad till I found there was more to go around. Trick the thing, trick the thing. I was wrong, and there's much more going on in my vein, in my mind, in my chemistry I'd find. Tryptophan, I'm aware, like the calm breeze in the air, like a swan on the lake. I'm not calm, that's my mistake. Tryptophan. That's John Flansburgh's Mono Puff. It's actually not on one of the 2 Mono Puff albums, but it's on an EP. It's one of my favorite songs by him. I like a lot of Mono Puff songs. We're just sharing our love for John Flansburgh today. Okay. elaborate panel on this page. Also, sketchiest Jim and me. The rusty skillet. Man, I'm starving. Okay. Okay. It is almost 12:30. Darn. Okay. I don't need the lines to be perfect. I just need them to convey what I'm doing here. If I'm really unhappy with something, I can touch it up with the jelly roll. We need this hinted at back here. And this little base. So the shadow is a little important. So since it breaks the shape of this shadow, it kind of stands out a little. A little bit. For something in the background, maybe. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. There's that. I hear my neighbor playing loud music. I think they do live streams at night, like gaming streams or something. And they play loud music while they do it. I think. Because also sometimes at night, like if I'm out or coming home late at night, their place is all lit up purple. So I think it's some kind of streaming thing that they got going on, and they keep up all hours of the night doing that. One night I was in a bad mood, and they had that loud music playing. I was really annoyed, and I just found the most annoying song I could think of. It was "Big Big 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 Big" by Dan Deacon, which I like, but I figured it would do the trick. I turned it up as loud as I could, put that song on, turned it up as loud as I could, left the room, came back when it ended, and their music was not playing anymore. Okay, I think they got the message. Generally, it doesn't bother me. I live in a, kind of a townhouse. So these guys are connected directly to my wall over here, and I I'm not. I grew up with 6 brothers and sisters, so I don't need it to be quiet. But I don't know. That day I was kind of ticked off already, and then they start with that. That's the only time I ever did anything like that, though. Okay. So we got. Let's finish these plates. I've previously called this neighbor Bigfoot because I've never seen them. I moved in a couple of years ago. Never been able to introduce myself. Never really see them. I didn't know if it was a man or a woman, but I'm pretty sure it's a guy. I saw them. Actually, I came home today at the same time as them. I was getting out of my car, and they just pulled into the garage. I even kind of waved, and they just ignored me. Whatever. As Local H once said, I don't need another friend. I've got too many friends. No, that's not true. I'm not that guy. Oh, brother, I'm like falling to pieces all of a sudden. Well, I mean, all of a sudden, really? Is that what we're going with? All of a sudden, I'm falling to pieces. Boom, 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 boom. Almost there. Oh, mama. Remember that movie, Last Action Hero? Does that hold up? I remember loving that movie. I don't know why that popped in my head recently. Remember, I thought the villain with the glass eye was so cool. He had like a smiley face glass eye. I think he always had different glass eyes, but I remember he had a smiley face glass eye. That was right up my alley. If I recall, the smiley face glass eye was a detonator for a bomb, or maybe there was a different one. Dang. I barely remember Last Action Hero. Barely. But I remember I loved it. I must have seen it like 10 times. Yeah, something put that movie into my head recently, but I sincerely cannot remember what. I think I heard somebody talking about Sinbad, yeah, recently, and it made me think of Jingle All the Way, which made me think of Last Action Hero. I'll bet that was it. Darn. I can't, like, ink that straight. There we go. Okay. So there's page 2, which is actually page 30. This says 34.3, so it's 36. All right. That's what we're doing tonight. I'll see you next time with starting a new scene at the Crossroads Poison Factory. All right. Be good. Have a good life until next time I see you. At which point I might have some different advice for you. All right. Goodbye. Oh. All right. I love you. Don't do terrible things. Goodbye.